Yes, this is basic geometry. Your flat Earth geometry. Flat Earth geometry. This is basic geometry.
It is.
I called you a flat earther.
My name's Ramsey.
Insisting that your flat Earth geometry will work.
I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad naked caveman eyeball in a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry.
Did he say a five-sided square question mark?
You're a universal horizontal waterer.
You're drunk.
I called you a flat earther.
You want to experience true level? Do you? Yes. You want to experience true level?
That auto level is establishing a horizontal. That's just the way it is.
Because I've done the test with an auto level, which gives you a horizontal.
Yeah, it's gonna look super flat.
All right, come on. Wow, it's so.
Three coplanar points.
Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Are you suggesting that horizontal can't curve?
Oh, everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
What's his deal?
Morty. Go to school, Summer. I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little.
Randy, come on, that's a globe. And he eventually just gave up and said, yeah, I agree, it's a globe.
Geodesic is a continuous string of infinitely small straight lines.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
It's really flat and level now.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Lance to the cosmic slaughter! Well, you seem to be in charge of what I get to remember. Why? Good question.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little. Wow, it's so. Oh my God! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch. Wow, it's so. Oh my God! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
When you get to the end of this test and you have a result and you say level is horizontal and everyone says big whoop, that doesn't prove anything about the shape of the earth, will you then say yes it does?
No.
No, okay, I'm going to bed. All right.
Okay, so
I'm going to bed.
that level is horizontal is good for you then, right?
I agree. I agree level's horizontal. All
Sweet.
Right,
True level, bitch.
Perfect.
Wow.
Nice, mate. I came
Nice.
in just for that. You flipped it, man.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
And we are live. The few of us that are here. Welcome everyone. It's Free for All Friday. I guess everybody else is somewhere else. I don't know what anybody got anything they want to talk about?
No. No. Someone else come in, please. Someone else come in and stop me ranting. No one needs to hear me rant.
It was a really
Hey,
good one.
paper!
Hello.
Paper saves the day. Oh.
I have been writing stuff on the website.
Awesome.
So, yeah. We can go
Bear
over.
with
We
me.
do have some stuff
Okay.
to go over. Emma's
Okay,
been on a
but
trip out tonight.
yeah, bear with me, chat, because it's Friday.
And she has just come back from a trip out on Discord. You shouldn't listen to other channels, you know.
I made the very big mistake of listening to Geos in the background while I was playing a game. And then I had to go in to the VC. But anyway, we'll save that for later. I'm sure there's other things to talk about.
Yeah. Yeah, welcome, paper. Have you had any more contact with anybody, or do they contact you? Or are they just talking about you in the back channels? Do you ever hear any of it?
No, I have no time to do that anyway. So, but still, nobody give me any message on here on Discord. So.
Yeah. Okay. So Betty's just calling for it in the YouTube chat.
He was caught on blatant lie, so I don't know how he could defend what he said.
Yeah, well, like they do, they try and they have multiple different tactics. That's what we wanted to go over tonight. These society guys, as I call them. And Betty's showing some of the intellectual sophistry.
That's why I am so disappointed, because this trick against me was so low that because it is not sophistry. This is called in law lying by omission. So he omitted deliberately a vital word that I was talking about lens. What lens is doing with straight rays depicted by lines. So I was not talking about parallel lines which converge just in reality. I was talking about lens. What lens is doing with parallel lines. Simple. And he omitted that part with lens, and he said that paper said that parallel lines converge in reality. No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, we're deciding to give those guys a bit of a break, right? Because they've obviously reached peak no argument. If their top logician, globgician, I don't know what to call it, if he's being such a blatant sophist and lying openly, thinking that he can get away with it. I mean, I don't know what the blue marble scientists are like over there and how they're receiving it, but I mean, surely everyone's got to see that as him holding a contradiction, and then to get out of discussing the contradiction that he's holding, he reverts to like the paper says, lying to by omission, just to try and change the topic of the conversation. Very bad show. And that's one of the tactics that we get around this area.
I expected more from him, from master logician.
Yeah. Well, see now, these people that are saying, you know, they're the clever ones. Not that I'm saying that this is a test of how clever people are, but they do say that we don't understand Euclidean geometry. And I would put that to the test if anybody wants to check out who understands Euclidean geometry more. Because I would say the true fundamental idea of geometry is logic. It's logic there at the beginning, at the base of it. So to understand Euclidean geometry would be to understand the logic of why it was needed to form a geometry in the first place. I would say, personally, that Euclidean geometry is like it's a vault for keeping the source of logic, the true source of logic, the perfect, that starts from nothing and builds up to everything that we know about mathematics and geometry. That's the storage thing, the storage device for perfect logic. And I think in the past they had it as a teaching device, right, to teach people that of the divine, because once you study geometry, you realize that this comes from nothing. This is nature. This is always there. Geometry is the study of that, and the idea was to give people a sense that there is something greater than you. But the idea of taking this logical formulation was to put it into your life and to use that. But I mean, it's been lost, hasn't it? It's been turned into something that now people in Discord things, the scientists say that you know, shouting that you don't understand it is good enough to deal with all of the consequences of this logical structure. It's pretty terrible. So I've been sort of writing I don't know whether it's a comedy or what, but it's using all of the contradictions that we've been taught about, you know, the must happen contradictions of the globe model. And everybody knows 'tis globe, right? I've even wrote my own not Euclidean geometry. Sorry, paper, go on.
They should go there. Why they are not coming there to imaginometry?
I'm thinking of doing it like charging them and doing it like a find epoche with imaginometry, a self-help course for the model afflicted. Because once you find epoche, right, everybody knows there is only one reality. There's no false dichotomy available. Only the one that people generate. Absolutely crazy that we're here even talking about this sort of stuff. But in the journey of life, you have to come to some sort of realizations. One of them is that Santa Claus isn't real. And from that, you should learn that there are things told to you as a child that may be not all truthful. You build paracosms at childhood. And most people can ditch them, I think. Maybe you have to come to a certain age. And you have to have been of a certain age. Maybe like Gen X is the only generation that can do this. Maybe all of the others have been conditioned. There was something wrong that happened and they've had to fix it. And they've gone fucking overboard just recently. They obviously got a certain group, the boomers. They got them with the moon trip. And now we've got NASA. Perhaps we didn't really have that much. Probably we didn't care. But
I think they may feel better than others because maybe in their mind is that they, when they were young, they witnessed the peak of human thought and technology. So, and maybe they think that it was the peak of human race on the earth. So they somehow maybe they feel chosen or better, or I don't know. But this sentiment is still there within them.
In the minds of a child. I mean, I don't even know whether they're fathers or whatever happened. I tried to ask my dad about it. And he said, can't remember. So I don't know. Certain people might have done. Certain people of a certain age. A certain colour. A certain rotundness. So, yeah, I've been going over the equipotential angle of adjustment and just sorting that out on the website. Because it's going to be big soon. Do you want me to have a read of it? If I can get it.
Adjustment of horizontal or level.
Look at that website. Ooh, you can check it out. Put it in the. Let me get it. Put it in the. Put it in the YouTube.
Yes, I am there. So Effie Dogma picture in the front.
Mm-hmm. What do you reckon to the description? Like this is everybody has the chance of being involved in this because the idea is to find all of the contradictions and all of the ways that 'tis globe, right? The filling up of that. I want to try and get everything involved with 'tis globe. There you go. So you can follow along. Everyone, I'll put this on here.
Well, new words here. Equiquadratic angle. It is equi-p or equi-pi.
Yeah, well, it's up to you. You can help us give the correct pronunciation of it. There we go. Right, so this is on the level.live, the website that we have. And I'm trying to do my best to explain the globe model as told to me right now. This isn't my particular globe model. My particular globe model is different than this, but this is the standard narrative that I think we've helped them do this. This one particular is from George Nutsack, God rest his soul, who taught us this one. And it comes around, well, he told us it came around from the global differential leveling, and the fact that levels produce horizontal planes, and obviously, so this is what I've got so far. The equipotential angle of adjustment, or EAOA, as it's known, never measured, only reverse calculated from predetermined values generated by predictions from the great model making shadow giants of the past, present and future. The uses of this elusive calculated non-measurement are beyond imagination. Read on to learn more. I need to sort that button out. So we've got a picture here. This is the twin tangent conundrum, as shown by F.E. Dogma. I have to give him credits for that. So this is from a F.E. Dogma video. And as you can see, there's a horizontal line here and a horizontal line here. And this angle is the angle we're talking about. It needs to be done a little bit better graphics, but I've only just sorted this today. This particular bit. I couldn't, if anybody can think of a better demonstration of equipotential angle of adjustment, maybe Blue Marble's got one in his zenith, because I need to do a bit about zenith angles, so I'm going to study that, because that's another calculation of the equipotential angle of adjustment. So here we go. The equiquadratic angle needs adjustment. Recent events have shown us, I did this a bit ago. Recent events have shown us that the equipotential angle of adjustment needed to have an adjustment made to it to facilitate the quadratic function handed down by the great shadow modelers, the great shadow giant modelers of the past. But what is it exactly? And this is the bit that I wrote today, just to if you've got anything else you think needs fitting in here. The equipotential angle of adjustment is simply the angle measured between the orientation and the same orientation in a different location. If you can imagine a horizontal as a Euclidean plane, then the equipotential angle of adjustment would be measured between the two imagined Euclidean horizontal or vertical planes.
For now, I have nothing to add here.
That's a good definition, right?
Yes.
It fills up all of the boxes, you are definitely certain of what the equipotential angle of adjustment is.
Yes, it depends on that. The same, how to phrase it, the same horizontal can produce different horizontal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in a different location.
Yes, at different location, the same horizontal is different horizontal.
And the equipotential angle of adjustment is the adjustment angle needed between a horizontal and a horizontal, or a vertical and a vertical. I think it has to be between orientations, right?
Yes, because it means that horizontal orientation is the same, but different at different location.
Yeah, it makes sense for Globgic. We are going to write an entire Globgic section as well to go with this, and the imaginometry. It's what I've been studying came here to learn about how to, I don't know really, just what to do to help my son. And I think always comedy is the best way to go. And I noticed there's a lot, well, there's going to be a lot of people losing their minds. Mainly due to stress and worry. And I think half of it might be that they're holding contradictions. And imaginometry is a way for to help people come to terms with the contradictions. Just know that it's okay to hold contradictions. You have to. Modern day life.
I think you said something important, but not even Brenda is here, but Blue Marble Science himself is here now.
Wow.
Oh, this is just holiday.
Again, Blue Marble. Is he going to start reading some logic? Brenda backing up Blue Marble.
And when I said here, it means in Discord.
Yeah. I'm back into Discord. Let's welcome Blue Marble and Brenda. I know Brenda's shy, don't want to talk, but you can just sit there and listen, Brenda. When we go over, because I mean, like, it's free for all Friday. So, you can speak up whenever, anyone. Did, you guys in the chat, did you hear the Blue Marble logic? Blue Marble reading a Betty logic. Wonder how well that went down. All it is. Hope everybody, we're hoping to do a lot of that. Do the Globgic. That should go into the Globgic, I think. And that one, do you like the other one as well? I'll have to get that one done. If level is horizontal, then all verticals are parallel. It's almost as if all of the dictionaries taking the piss out of your Blue Marble, isn't it? You want to see any more of that on the website? I did have the imaginometry, right? No, let me get back on this, because I think as a learning tool for you to be able to show that you understand Euclidean geometry and the ideas between the axioms and the postulates. Oh, wait a minute. Tell you what I got. I was showing Mike earlier this morning some of the stuff I did in preparation for this. Go on, sorry.
I would say that this website is good because it shows how geometry is working without logic. So, this way.
It has to. It has to be. That's the geometry of imaginometry. It's the way it has to be, and you can. Right, here we go. Look at this. I I did this one. These are the baller's postulates to help them when I first started. Because this is when I was literally, this is right back at the very beginning. So take this one away because you can use this. This is the baller's postulates to add into Euclidean geometry. Let it be granted, 1, that a straight line may be drawn from any one point to any other point, even around a spherical surface.
Contradiction.
Well, yeah, I know, but that's why we have to have it in. These are the baller's postulates. Number 2, that a terminated straight line may be produced to any length in a straight line, but not the line that is just a point. Can't extend that because obviously. And that a level may be described from any centre at any distance from that centre at a point, allowing for the point circle.
So that would be Euclid adjusted.
Yeah, it has to be. That's that sort of, because you think about it, right? Euclid calls it, and that a circle may be described from any centre at any distance from that centre, right? And that sounds very familiar, doesn't it, to Rumpus and Blue Marble doing the 5 laws of globe. That is level to them. So, take it away. Just add it in there at the axioms. Postulates. They are the only postulates in my book. Don't have 5. I think that's a bit disingenuous, that, isn't it, within Euclid, to just sort of put it down to 5 postulates when there is a load of axioms, maxims or whatever. Level's a humpy bumpy thing. 'Tis globe. Don't fret, anyone. 'Tis globe.
Blue is writing on chat his axioms, globe axioms. Good.
Yeah. Axiom 1 it is. Imaginometry. We know. 'Tis globe. So let's go and have a look at the let's go and have a look at imaginometry. This was completely fabricated by me. I'm the only person. And so if you're ever looking for any not Euclidean geometry with axioms and postulates, definitions, look no further. This is the best, most well-defined, not Euclidean geometry there is. It's no finer. You will not find any definitions of non-Euclidean geometry anywhere. You won't find any axioms or postulates. Only here on the level. Definition number 1. All definitions are meaningless. Definition number 2. Any and all defined definitions can be redefined. See definition 1. Definition 3. Any defined definitions that have been redefined become the definitive definition until being redefined. See definition 1. Definition 4.
You have to have backup, of course.
Yeah,
always.
I think I need to add a few, but well, we'll see. If a definition doesn't fit, conjure a new one. Remember, you're in control. Narniation is expected. Always refer to definition 1. A point is that of which you can imagine as being a series of interconnected points making up everything from nothing, or making something into nothing. The power of the point.
PowerPoint?
Yeah, PowerPoint. Number 6, definition number 6. The duration alone of either verbal or written definitions reinforces your definition or definition.
Yes. So if spelled slowly and repeatedly, it have more gravity.
Yeah, I was saying about the repetition of if A and A, then A. Right, that was the thing. If you repeat it enough, then it proves it. That's sort of built into the definitions of the. So that's how primitive that is. And then we go on, because obviously this is the same as Euclid, shown that you do definitions first. Otherwise, you can't build what you're talking about unless you've got your definitions. They're your tools that you're going to use. So definitions done. Then we go to the postulates. Now, the postulates within Euclid are the things that allow you to be able to perform the tasks that are going to be done. So here we have postulates. Anything can be imagined. This is imaginometry. So the tools are imaginary, right? It's telling you what you are and are not allowed to do within your imagination. Postulates of imaginometry. Anything can be imagined, number 1. Postulate number 2. Anything that cannot be imagined can be imagined to have been imagined in the future. 3. Once the conceptualized imaginings are envisioned to be truly imagined, then the imaginometrist can become the imaginometor. 4. A solitary individual can envisage their imaginings as being the imaginings of the whole. Therefore, an individual's imaginings can be imagined as the consensus. That's a good one, that. I wrote that one. If anybody thinks they can fit anything else in here, don't forget you can use these. So you can just check it up. This is how the globe model has to be. This is the geometry of the globe model, not Euclidean. 6. Where's 5? 6. Anything that can be imagined to be real. That one was for Brenda. And that which isn't something else can exist as something within the imaginings. That one was for Betty, I think. Or, well, I think I wrote these before we actually did that. So I already had an idea of how certain minds are going to have to work. Anybody tell what a violation that is built in?
You are affirming by denying. So this is negation built in,
yeah,
into a positive statement.
Yeah, you can't have the pesky law of non-contradiction hanging around, can you? You've got to whap it in there and say that which isn't something else can exist as something within the imaginings. Just in case the pesky law of non-contradiction pops its head up. And number 8, that which can be imagined to be bigger than imaginable. Proud of that one.
Yes, we can conflate, for example, a sphere. So
yeah, bigger
maybe
than that.
bigger, yes.
Yeah. No, you can't even imagine how big it is. It's like, yes, I can. Built in my...
No, it violates axiom number 1. Everything can be imagined.
Axiom number 1. That's postulate number 1. Anything can be imagined.
Yes, postulate, yes.
Yeah. Axiom number 1 is... 'Tis globe! It is a globe! 'Tis globe. It has to be. So that's axiom 1, right? The other ones, the postulates, are what you are allowed to do. The axioms are the rules, I call it, because obviously you can't have self-evident, or these are what has to be rules. They're stuck to. All imaginings must assume a shape. Number 3. Anything in reality can be imagined differently. And axiom 3.3, 3 1/3. When your imagined shape is under an augmented threat of another's imagined competing shape, then the imaginometrist must imagine that the thought violator must be willfully ignorant of the imaginometrist's perception and automatically reject the opposing thought shape. These are the rules. So if you've ever wondered why people get very defensive, that's why.
Yes, so if someone is saying that triangle may have 4 angles or 5 angles, so you cannot just say that this is not true because you are violating opposing thought shape. So don't do that in imaginometry.
There you go. Is this just the globe commandments? Yeah, these are the axioms of imaginometry. You cannot employ Euclidean geometry, right? That's out. Forget about that. That's too much to think about. It's much easier to say somebody doesn't understand it, but I think this is one of the better ways of understanding Euclidean geometry, because this tells you about the axioms of Euclidean geometry, because these are sort of counters, really. But yeah, when your imagined shape is under augmented threat of another's imagined competing shape, i.e. somebody telling you that triangles have 180 degrees, right? That goes against your model once you know about it. So this is the go on the offensive. Gotta do. That's why they do it. You like this one? Number 4. All evidence is assumed evidence of your globe. I should put that in funny ears, but hey, this is imaginometry. Any evidence contrary to your globe can be assumed to be evidence for your globe. You no doubt you'll have seen that one quite a few times, right?
Yes, that's obviously true. So
yeah,
that's why they can prove by contradiction.
Yeah, it's proof by contradiction.
Evidence which is in contrary or is contradicting globe model, it means that it supports globe model.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I probably should add that in there, shouldn't I? Like put a link to the proof by proof through contradiction, I think. Proof from contradiction. Any evidence contrary to the globe can be assumed as evidence for your globe. If it doesn't logically fit the globe, then the logic must be illogical. Think globgic, which we are yet to write, but I mean, we'll give you a way of getting around that. If it doesn't logically fit the globe, then the logic must be illogical. This is number 7, an important axiom for all the realists out there. Reality cannot be disproved and does not need imagining. The sole purpose of imaginometry is to envelop a unique, personalized, idiosyncratic conceptualization of an individualized paracosm.
What is idiosyncratic?
Look it up. It'll mean fabricated.
Okay.
Otherwise, I can't imagine why it'd be there. Sounds good though, doesn't it?
Of course.
Yeah.
Very scientific. Very scientific. I am
Yeah,
impressed.
you shouldn't ask me what it means.
It
I could just
sounds
go,
good.
fabricated, something like that.
It sounds good,
Yeah.
so that's enough.
And 8. If at any time an imaginometrist is asked to provide evidence of their globe, the imaginometrist must obfuscate and ask the offender to provide the evidence they required. This is called a subversal. Happened many times. Skillful people can use this one immediately, just straight away. Ask you the same question back again. And then here we have the 5th postulate. That's where it was. It was missing. It went missing.
Yes, but we found him.
Yeah. It says, and now this, I think that, you know, this is about the learning, right? The 5th postulate says, if imaginometry, if an imaginometry axiom meet a perceived axiomatic obstruction as to cause the imaginometrist distress, then the imaginometrist should disregard the offending thought and fabricate a new axiom immediately. This is one of the steps of becoming the imaginometer. You need to take control of this for yourself. So imaginometry is all about your own personal globe and fabricating a geometry, and not Euclidean geometry, right? You have to completely forget about geometry. You have to learn the not geometry, which means not logic. So you have to disregard any sense of logic at all costs to be an imaginometer, which I think I am. I've learned how to do it. These guys have taught us. I've got the first and only conceptualization of shape within imaginometry is the Dornagon, a 2-dimensional radiusless spherithought that will become the envisioning framework to build many a fabrication upon. It is simply a mind shape made up of 2 or more straight lines sharing common segments. As in all of imaginometry, there is no knowing what your personal conceptualization of the Dornagon is. But a few of the imaginings of others have included the horizon is a horizontal Dornagon of undefined proportions, straight lines. A water level is a vertical Dornagon of dimensions defined by model proportions. Depends on what your model proportions are and how you deal with it. A Dornagon is a good way to envisage how you can conceptually make parallel lines intersect. Like the flat Earth did that. Any imagined orbit can be conceptualized as a Dornagon in your mind. Try it. A 33 Cornodon is an example of a perceived Dornagon. How many can you envisage? Then I've got if a misunderstanding of 2 dimensions is not enough for you, then you can always add as many extra dimensions as required to a Dornagon and conceptualize a imaginahedron. Please use caution though. Beware of the Penrosegram. If this occurs, don't tell anyone and keep calm. And then I've got some further imaginings. Imagine a 2-dimensional surface with all points equidistant from a point. Submitted by Brad the Science Guy. Just think about that for a moment. Imagine a 2-dimensional surface with all points equidistant from a point.
Of course, in Euclidean geometry, it is impossible, but if we are not using Euclidean geometry, then
you've got to imagine it. Like, it's not there until you imagine it. And that's the true skill of the imaginometer, is to imagine this stuff. I mean, I must admit, I do struggle with a lot of this, imagining. But, I mean, like, if you want, like, that's why we're saying there are some really skillful imaginometers that will obviously be able to explain these particular imaginings way better than I can. Any shape defined and proven within Euclidean geometry can be imagined differently in imaginometry. As in Axiom 3, and imagined by multiple people, including Jem Panda, PhD Tony, Fight the Flat Earth, and the astronaut son M. Scott Veitch, a triangle having more than 180 degrees, bracket spherical excess, and impossibility in Euclidean geometry are easily imagined differently in imaginometry. I've got globe philosophy here as well. Anyone knowing anything from reality that contradicts the model is wrong. Anyone not believing the writings of the great shadow giant modelers of the past is wrong. Take that away with you. Also, practical help. If you are ever confronted with someone exposing you to the horizontal paradox or other related paradoxes, then you can use the equipotential angle of adjustment. This can be used to mentally adjust and confuse anyone questioning acceptable paradoxes today. More details are still being found on its uses. We'll update. I think it's coming back, the equipotential angle of adjustment, so we will be finding out more about it. And we will be doing some more of the, like we say, we need to, this imaginometry can't be based on nothing. Can't just be fictionalized like that. So it needs to be born from a logic, a globgic. and that's what we've got our researchers finding out how to form it's hard work, isn't it? So this is on the level.live. I'm going to be doing loads more work on this on my website, on the level.live. I'm coming back to Discord. That is globe. Has to be. I mean, look at it. So if anybody out there is, I should really put that behind a paywall, shouldn't I? Sort of not Euclidean geometry like that. The thing about the propositions are they have to be imagined. So we'll have to do paid tutelage. Imagining how to imagine things being different. I think there's a lot of not that involved in it. The science of the not that flat fact. If you want in on it, come and join us. We're developing the science of the not that, where you can basically you wait for somebody to say something and say not that, and then they say, what do you mean not that? And you say, ha, well, prove it isn't the not that. That's
yes,
science.
If you cannot prove that not that is not that, then you cannot disprove my proof that not that is not that. So you lose.
Yeah.
You lose.
You lose. You've just lost whatever you came with. Doesn't really matter what it was that you came with, but that it's not that. Can't be. 'Tis globe. You have to finish every sentence with that as well. So yeah, like I say, it needs writing, but the problem is, how do you write something that isn't even wrote? Like, there is no way to write logic. Nobody did that. I know people like Beddy like to think, and they put it down to books and people that sort of write all of these complicated shit out, but that's not what logic is. It doesn't come from there. It's already there. It is the original word that starts everything off. It's the reasoning process. Geometry is, like I said, a storage book for that, but you come to understand logic through the formulation of point and line and distance and space. And I think you also learn that there are certain things that logic doesn't apply to, can't apply to. You can't logic emotions. It doesn't work.
Yes, they are incompatible. So some people say that if you are saying something logical and you dismiss feelings, then you are psychopath.
Yeah.
Sadly, but logic is superior to feelings. This statement would upset many people now in 21st century, but that's true. This is our mind. which is making us superior to animals, because we share feelings with animals. So feelings, they are not human feelings, just animal feelings, but mind doesn't belong to animals.
Yeah, the
So
rational
this is,
part,
yeah.
isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, the being able to rationalize certain things. But I mean, I don't know, Ellie, how do you know that animals can't do that?
First sign is that they cannot speak. And with so they cannot communicate anything else than feelings. They cannot express thought by any means. So it is rather indication that they have no thoughts.
Yeah, I didn't want to take it into that. It is free for all Friday, so if anybody wants to talk about anything else, please do. I tend to take conversations into certain areas that I'm not so sure everybody wants to go into. So
Just me, but
yeah.
still, of course, I can argue, but this is not relevant for me too much.
Yeah, I mean, like, I love these sort of conversations. So if anybody else wants to jump in, please do. But I mean, I'd talk about these sort of things all night. I can't really be bothered with the shape debate when there isn't really one. Well, there never has been one. And also, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be sorting out the realizing Euclid tests. We've got optics test going over to let's see whether we can get this. If nobody's right, can you see this? And I've turned the sound off.
These cranes?
They're not cranes. Right, so you see that this here is a channel marker. This is the seafront at Blackpool. This here is a walkway at about, I think, about 6 meters above sea level, mean sea level. And these stones here are along the walkway. They're like sculptures along the front of I can say Blackpool. So you can see there that you can actually see all of this here is the dunes across from Southport. This is the big one. So you can see that the sand, and then you can see the thing in the middle of here. In between here, there is the River Ribble, the estuary that goes into the River Ribble, and then look, there's Blackpool Tower. So you can see that all of the seafront and the stones. You can see the birds on the beach. You can even see somebody going up and down in the fairground ride. This is a fairground ride on the. This is on a pier. These ones, I think these rides here are also on a pier. So you can see that.
Yes, yes.
This is the seashore. It's got like hexagon concrete blocks here because the tide does come up here, so it's to stop it from eroding the sea wall. You can see that you can actually see that, right? So there's no drop of anything across that. And I think some blue marble scientists said 100-foot drop away from horizontal anyway. Across here.
So you can see things that are, let's say, on sea level.
Yeah.
So it cannot be any drop here.
Yeah. It's not downwards, right? It can't be lower. Which then means that blue marble scientists must think that it's going up, horizontal, sloping upwards, which would be absolutely ridiculous, wouldn't it?
Yes, but in imaginometry,
Yeah, they can imagine anything. And when, like I say, that's why the difference is between them and us, I think. Well, me personally, I don't want to speak for anybody else. I'd say that my globe has actually level is horizontal, right? There is only one reality. There is no false dichotomy. The one reality gives us provable things. So anything that we can prove in reality, obviously, must occur on the globe. And as far as I can see, there's a band of rogue globers who keep saying that actual provable reality doesn't occur on the globe. And now, obviously, their globe must be fictional. It doesn't need denying blue marble science. That's just the conceptualization. Like, if you study imaginometry, right, you would know that reality doesn't need imagining. Reality is as it is, and obviously all of the elevation measurements and all of that go on a elevation drawing. That's why that looks so ridiculous. That's just a conceptualization drawing, so people can conceptualize it, but they shouldn't really do that. It's sort of giving people an idea of what they should be conceptualizing, but step one of imaginometry is don't ever try and depict it in reality. You're bringing Euclidean geometry into the mix, and that's bad. Keep it in your mind. Hand it from your mind to somebody else's mind. Never draw it. Because then it can obviously enters the realms of provable within reality. It's the problem.
Yes, it would end like this Minkowski 4-dimensional space-time or whatever. So they say as Red's rhetoric said, that yes, it is four-dimensional, but you know, on the graph paper, you can show only two of them. So it will end like that. So simplified version, because we cannot show full version of our imaginometry.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think we've already proved, right? And this is why there's such a thing as the horizontal paradox, is that we've proved that they cannot have a horizontal plane. So this particular thing that Blue Marble Science has put in there says the definitions, it is evident that a horizontal line departs from a level surface because, well, you can't have a horizontal line. The new Blue Marble scientists would have to disagree with that. It's the horizontal paradox, is that you cannot have horizontal existing beyond a point. So therefore, the paradox is mentioning horizontal in the first place. Where's it come from? How did it get a name? How is it there if it doesn't exist? It's fascinating. The very heart of the horizontal paradox is an infinite looping question. Why it's a paradox?
In their model, it is, because they cannot derive horizontal from anything. On the globe, you cannot derive a horizontal from level, because in their model, level is curved. So
Horizontal
in fact,
doesn't exist.
Yes, you cannot establish horizontal.
So you can't have it deviating from anything if it's not there to start off with in the first place. It's a contradictory definition that they're talking about. And yeah, I don't have that in my globe model. I can't see why you'd need to go to those sort of lengths. Just say that, yeah, we can prove that level is horizontal. And 'tis globe. Anything that occurs in reality must occur on the globe. 'Tis globe. Therefore, anything that occurs in reality and that is provable in reality occurs on the globe. 'Tis globe. I'm okay with that. No big deal. There is only one reality, so level is horizontal exists in that reality. I can prove it. I think most people already know it anyway. It's what logic is. Because I don't really want to bore anyone. It's free for all Friday. It's like I get to talk all week. And then I guess nobody knows what else to say.
Blue Marble chose to write, not to speak with Möbius.
Yeah.
So they debate in writing. Debating, not debating, of course.
At least he's sticking around. That's probably why he's not in the YouTube chat. Having a night off. I've been redesigning my logo as well for the level today. And I'm putting together the Realizing Euclid tests. Actual proof. Anybody that wants to get involved with that, again, come on over. Have a conversation about an actual proof in reality of a test that anyone can do. to prove to yourself that level is horizontal using water level. I'm just doing the drawings, drawing it all up. Elevation profiles, obviously, because that's what it's all about. The geometric proof. And yeah, that's another good one as well, the perpendicular paradox. There's so many paradoxes involved when you add one contradiction, right? It's right. You get to learn about explosive geometry, explosive logic. And that was one that got me first, right? Paper. The fact that in their model, if you have a horizontal, right, with a water level that goes from A to C, forget about B, just block it up. Then that would be a horizontal plane of reference from A to C. A to C without B. But you add in B, and then you add in another two horizontal planes where you've already got one horizontal plane. So the fact that you've got three different horizontal planes across the expanse must prove that it's a globe, right?
Yes, but this is a problem, because if you have normal water level with two ends, because I assume that nobody is using 3 points, because what for?
Well, only to prove that straight lines. You know, you realize in Euclid tests, like I say,
yes.
I think we are the only people that have actually done this. Not being big-headed about it, like, but it's fucking weird.
My point is that if you are using two ends and adding a third in the middle, showing that these two horizontals are different from original one from A to C, it means that you are not establishing horizontal. Because if from A to B there is one horizontal, and from B to C is different horizontal at an angle, it means that from A to C has to be another horizontal with different angle. So it means that this one from A to C cannot be horizontal from point A, because they say this is perpendicular at a point. So if you are, let's say, from A to C, if you are establishing vertical in point A, and then you are trying to, you are doing this leveling from A to C, this line is not horizontal in their model. It cannot be horizontal, but still you are establishing vertical to plumb up to establish perpendicular. It doesn't work, because on their model from A to C is not horizontal. It cannot be perpendicular to vertical at point A. Cannot be.
Yeah, I think that Blue Marble, he quite often, Blue Marble Science, the YouTuber, quite often puts intentional mistakes in. I think labeling those three planes horizontal planes is one of his biggest mistakes ever, really. Well, I'll say ever. certainly gave his subjects a chance to defend it.
Even in his picture, this lower one, at a point, this line, this red line below, this lowest line, is not perpendicular to vertical at point A.
No.
So it means that you cannot establish horizontal plane with water level and plume bob, because this line is not horizontal at this point. So I don't know what they are trying to do. It is in this picture, impossibility to establish a horizontal plane from point A or from point C, whatever. That's why I think they are trying to deny that water level establishes horizontal plane, because as this picture shows, it cannot be. It is impossible. According to Blue Marble's picture, it cannot be done.
I'm pretty sure we've been over many of these contradictions that have to be held by certain globe believers. I think a very loyal group, but I don't know.
I don't understand that they cannot see that, because they say that this is vertical at a point and at a point is perpendicular. At this point, no, at this point is not perpendicular to this water level horizontal. It is not in the picture. We can see that. So I don't know, and they cannot concede that you cannot establish horizontal plane of reference with water level at all.
Yeah, they only go one way as well. That's the problem, right? One of their major problems is whenever they're looking, as will be done by I think there's a guy called Kenny that I think a lot of the Blue Marble scientists have gone out and bought themselves auto levels. I did put a link on the website to perhaps the best auto level that's out there for the cheapest price. But I think they've gone with different ones, but they are gathering their own auto levels so they can, I think, do the Ranty, I think. Do you know, like, what Ranty was scared of doing? Going up Winter Hill with an auto level.
To establish horizontal plane on the hill or on the mountain.
Establishing horizontal planes at elevation, I think, is what we call it. And I think they are going to be, well, there's quite a few of them. I think they're having a competition who can go to the highest elevation to establish a horizontal plane. And they might be going and sighting stars. They might be doing stargazing through the auto level, like Blue Marble's told them to do. Scientific.
I recommend Mount Everest challenge to go to the peak of.
Well, that would be the peak of globe, establishing horizontal planes at elevation. Is there something going wrong with the YouTube, Emma? I did notice everybody dropping off, but I thought that's because we were talking about blue marbles, horizontal planes. Nobody wants to listen to them.
I don't know. Every now and again, it will just come up with, "Oops, something went wrong." It's really bizarre, but it's probably
I think
just
I
on
had that on my
iPhone.
one yesterday. Yeah, it did happen to me yesterday. Anybody else on iPhone? Let me check. No, still looks okay.
It's strange because it's not every video, and it's not every time.
Yeah, is there something else on? Or is it just one of those Friday nights? Well, obviously, Free for All Friday's gonna have to go. Nobody's bothered coming over, so we'll have to think of something else to do with a Friday night. It's meant to be a sort of my night off. I don't really get much chance if not. We're not getting any free for all. There's nobody wants to come from the Globe. Give us any Globe proofs or anything like that. Not even. They don't even want to come and have a discussion. They don't even want to come and tell us how we're wrong.
I've got loads of things to talk about, but I'm not sure I necessarily want to do it on the live stream.
Why not?
Because I get myself into all sorts of trouble. I'll upset all the superstars in this topic.
The superstar, all the experts, all the Earth shape experts.
Oh, yeah, but not only are they Earth shape experts, they're experts on a whole range of subjects.
Oh, women.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, who can't? Why shouldn't they be? If they're Earth shape experts, then why shouldn't they be experts of all things, like polymaths?
Politics, polymaths,
Yeah.
so polyethics, so everything. They know everything.
Emma got wrecked. Was talking in the chat, Emma.
Yeah, it was kind of the whole point of me going in there, but you missed the point, obviously. It's fine.
A member.
Yes, awesome. I mean,
thank you very much for getting a membership there.
A free one that someone donated, and a troll comes along and takes that free membership. I mean, how sad do you have to be?
Yeah, thanks for becoming a member.
Thank you.
All help appreciated. Who is that? Who do you think it is? You can't. It's one of those ones that you can't really say the name because then they'll accuse you of doxing them.
Yeah. It is quite obvious who they are, but it's fine. Carry on.
Emma got wrecked on Earth Awakenings for butting in on the men. Is this true, Emma? Did a load of middle-aged men jump on you for talking about women? Having the nerve to talk about women?
Well, no, I had an opinion on the way they were talking about women.
Well,
But
deserves
that's
getting wrecked in a like in a Discord chat. Wow.
basically, I did. I mean, perhaps I went in a little bit hot on purpose to see what happened, and yes. hmm
Did you record it? Are you putting it out as a?
No, I didn't record it. No, it was a spur of the spur of the moment thing. I just thought it's Friday night. I needed some fun.
Yes.
Can I just make a comment on the last topic about the free memberships being snatched up by the trolls?
Mm-hmm.
My suggestion is make sure that you put their name in the supports your channel.
Yeah,
scroll
across
of
the
the
thing. Yes.
You have to give credit.
Sorry, yes. I noticed that I do have some people that I don't have on the channel support.
Yeah, make sure. In fact, maybe a special highlight for those types of people. Give them
special thanks.
Yes. For supporting the channel. Thank you for supporting the channel.
Can you please put a star next to their names?
I can put it in stars, can't I?
Yeah, I think, but no, they need special stars.
I don't know whether I can. I don't know.
Does Blue have anything to say? Or is Blue just lurking? I don't know if you need to worry about it now.
No, I may as well add it to say thank you. If there's anybody else that doesn't notice their name up there, let us know. I'll get them added in. All memberships do help out, especially at these hard times that we're going through at the moment. So thank you very much for that. I'm sure we can put a use to it. I mean, we might even be able to label one of the flags when we do the realizing Euclid test.
You could actually have a T-shirt with all of your members' names
on it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Supported by.
Yes, supported by. It's like in America we have the public broadcasting system, and at the end of any show on PBS they always said, supported by the gracious patronage of. And then
Yes. So thank you very much. That's nice, Kev. Thank you. Yes, going forward, this channel. I have done it, isn't it? It's corrected. I did that yesterday, Mike. Should already be done on the thing. Yeah, it's just gone past the skeptic. That's how I knew how to do all of this today. Yeah, so I'm coming very soon, hopefully with the new Buster song. Well, advanced simplicity. The channel will be moving over to do other things, because we've noticed that there are a group of people that have become obsessed with what we do. Like, we're not all about this obsession with globe. Like, that's not what we're about. It's just they're the people that have led us into being here. But along with that, we have learned about other things, and we do quite often talk about other things. I'm more concerned myself in the state of the world at the minute. It's going fucking crazy. People are going to be losing their minds. You can see it coming. People are already starting to do it. There's the decline of civilizations going too quick. The only way to keep a grip is to keep a grip of your own mind, because there's going to be some tough times coming, as if there hasn't been already. We're literally not trying to sell anything here at all. We're just saying, come for a conversation, see what it's about. Just listening to the YouTube, it doesn't even get you close as to where we're at. There are some serious conversations that we should be having that go way deeper than you can actually hear on the YouTube. I mean, I'd like to. I mean, I'm not bothered. I'll talk about anything whenever. But there are going to be some challenging conversations coming very soon. People are going to have to ask themselves certain questions, and they will be challenging to them. If you're not prepared for it, then you're going to be struggling. I did just have something there, but it's gone. Gone. What was I talking about? Oh, that's right. Right. Now, anybody listening, and everybody who's already in the Discord, I'm going to put this out because I think it needs more of us. I mean, anybody that wants to join in with what we're doing here, this is a course that we are going to do together. Let me copy. I'll put it in the Discord for anybody. We've done all of these. We've done these courses before. I'm going to drop it in the YouTube chat also. This is a copy link. This is a course that you can go to, Hillsdale College. I don't know if you've ever heard of it in America. It's a free course. What you do is you just sign up for it. There are a series of videos. There's multiple courses that you can set for doing all sorts of stuff. Probably the sort of stuff that Brenda's doing when Brenda says that he's gone to university or whatever. But yeah, click on the link, join up, and this particular course is on philosophy, an introduction to Western philosophy. They do have books that they try and sell, but there is no hard sell in this. But what it is about, and what it will do, is to give people an extra avenue for conversation. So please click on the link, listen to the videos or whatever, and come on in to the Discord. I mean, I'd like to watch it and go over it as we're here as a group, but I don't know whether that would be allowed for us to just use their material and put it out there as a live streamed videos. But the guy says, like, use it as a book club. So you go away and watch a video, maybe one video a week or whatever, and then we'll get together and have a conversation about it. I particularly like that course and that the teacher there, because he gives you insights into different things. So yeah, please do look at it and come in and join us with the philosophy. It'll give you an idea that philosophy isn't, I don't know whether it will. It intrigues me. I find it all fascinating, and particularly what I like the most about these sort of things is the advanced simplicity, going back to find the beginnings of it, not go back, not go advanced, and but go back to the foundational understanding of where all of this sort of stuff come from. And this course will take you through the progression, but I like the idea of going backwards to formulate it. Let's see where it all came from. The beginning, the logos. Sort of build your own philosophy. I think that's the idea, isn't it? Because that's what you learn from these courses, is that somebody, one guy, had a philosophy, and that particular philosophy was taken up and studied. Well, that one person could be you. Who knows? And until we have a conversation about it, then how do you know? And there's so much to be learned from those old plays and stuff. The motivations behind philosophers. Motivations behind the influences behind the philosophers. It's all fascinating how people's minds are swayed. What do you think the philosophy of 2023 would be? You know, like, who would be the great philosopher of the modern age? What sort of philosophy would he have? Would he employ imaginometry like stuff?
That would be, for me, pseudo-philosophy.
Yeah, I know. But, I mean, where would you go? What would the philosophy of 2023 be?
I name it ideology. So now many people think that ideology is philosophy now. So even in 19th century, mostly we had like this Kant and Hegel and many others. They were just ideologists, but now we name them, I don't know why, philosophers. I would say that there was one philosopher who earned that name. So in Middle Ages, he was called the philosopher. It was Aristotle, because in fact, nobody developed any real philosophy in opposition to Aristotle. And nobody succeeded. Nobody created coherent philosophy in contrary to Aristotle yet.
Yeah. I think the I think therefore I am was a massive turning point in the minds of people, because it allowed people to think, well, I think, therefore I am the I am. And that's not very good. Look at where we are now.
Yes, because it started from doubt. So Descartes started with doubt. So his first sentence was dubito ergo cogito. It means I doubt, therefore I think. And then the second conclusion from that is I think, therefore I am. But first, because how do you know that you think? For Descartes, it was that you doubt. For me, this is wrong formulation. This is not proof of thinking, doubting, because doubt is ignorance, some kind of ignorance. And I would say that this kind of ignorance, which is doubt, is not thinking. So it cannot prove that you think. For me, it is completely insufficient proof for thinking, doubting.
Well,
because I would say that thinking is for gaining knowledge, and from doubting, you are not gaining knowledge. And of course, it goes against Aristotle, because for Aristotle, of course, thinking was gaining knowledge. But Descartes said that no, this is not proof for thinking. So he started from doubt. For me, this is not very good start.
Like I said, with the trying to formulate logic, right? Like Aristotle, all Aristotle had to do, if Aristotle was a dude, right, and not a time period, was to write down a logical process and formulate the logic as simply as possible. That thought process, it's expressing the thought process, isn't it? Within like words. How do you have, it's okay to have the logic, but you need to have the ability and the rhetoric and the grammar to be able to express that, to give it somebody else to sort of converse, right? It's a discussion. It has to be. More than one person has to formulate this. It's not possible for one person to do it on their own. To discover a philosophy, you need other people around you. You can't do it on your own, I don't think.
Yes, and he did that because he learned from Plato and from Socrates. So he had predecessors. So so he was commenting on them. In fact, so many things he developed or invented, even was just as a response to someone else. but still, about thinking, for me, proof that I think is that I can think about thinking. So for me, it proves that I think, because I have object, thinker, and excuse me, subject, thinker, me, and thinking about object, and this object is thinking. So for me, this is sufficient proof that I think.
Yeah, I think
But
because you can rationalize a logical process and walk
Yes.
people through it, then it's obvious that you do, and you can prove that the thought process is there.
Yes, I can prove that I think, because I think about thinking.
Mm-hmm.
So this thinking has to be something, because if thinking is nothing, what I am thinking about then, if I am thinking about thinking. So thinking has has to occur, and I don't need to doubt in anything to prove to myself that I am thinking.
Askin says, I can think about thinking, therefore I think. That could be a good philosophical quote, I think. I might have to finish about that with I think. I think. So on the website, I'm going to move into writing out these logical statements, logical arguments, and basically just thoughts of how we got where we are. You know, what me personally, how I've got here is a long process of weird circumstances. Particularly got here in this particular arena. Luckily enough to find Emma spot on, turn up, and Redmond, people like that. And they've kept us around here. I mean, I don't know where I would have gone otherwise. If the people that were around here if I'd have had a job, if I hadn't have been a carer, if I had any other reason to not stick around, then I wouldn't be here. Because these guys have tried their hardest to get rid of us. Not just me, everyone. They want to call people names and stop people from coming round here. They want to stop people from listening to us. They want to stop people from being involved in these conversations that we do have. They'll do anything. There's loads of them. There you go, trolls. The trolls that take the memberships. Say thank you. It's strange that they pipe up at that time as well when we're talking about people that like slander, libel. Yeah, you know who they are. They're the trolls that you see in the chat all the time. The ones that are talking about us everywhere else. The ones that, well, they may help. Let's say they help the Flat Earth Society members. Whenever anybody needs an extra viewer, then they'll activate their multiple accounts to go and help them out. Whilst at the same time, just blatantly slandering people. Making up blatant lies. Misrepresenting everything that everybody does. having a go, sending little messages in the background about anybody that joins us. You know the tactics. Well, perhaps you do, perhaps you don't. Perhaps that's why people don't really want to come and watch, right? You know for a fact that nobody can type in the chat, because the moment that they do, they're going to have these people noticing who they are. It's like, oh, you're watching Bev. I seen you watching Bev.
For me, this is sad because I couldn't bear if someone would control where where I am, what I am doing, what I am watching, what I am commenting on. This is my personal thing. So why should I bother with someone's opinion, where I am and what I am writing, and so on? So these people are under control, or what? They are afraid to come here because someone would tell that they are here. For me, this is sad. Well, they have daddy to take control over children, or what?
Mainly it's stuff like if I ever talk to anyone anywhere on Twitter or YouTube or wherever, then this group of people, the ones that keep a check on everything that we do anywhere, they go and hassle whoever it is, and they make up lies about me. So I always end up apologizing because of all of the trolls that come with it. So I personally have to stop communicating with people just because of these trolls and the way they influence everybody that I do talk to. So mainly that's why I don't go out anywhere. It happened over at Geo's Earth Awakenings when we told him it would. They have to have a choice at a certain time. You either play the game or you end up getting hounded by trolls everywhere you go. It's like a game to them. Because I think it's because we here have logic and proofs, and it's all it's too much for them. Too much for them to take, so they don't want other people coming in and seeing how simple it is and how easy it is to have a conversation without it turning into a shouting match. It is a shame, really, but that's the way these guys do it. It's the new 2023. The new philosophy. Tis globe. And if you say it's not globe, then, well, even if you say tis globe and something that happens that goes against the globe, or if they think it goes against the globe, then they'll just call you a flat earther and be done with it. Hound you everywhere. You start talking to anyone, they'll say, he's a flat earther, you know. He's a flat earther. When obviously you're not a flat earther, and then you have to tell everybody that you're not a flat earther. And then they'll say, but why is he saying that you are a flat earther? What are they talking about? And you have to say, sorry, because then that other person gets labelled as a flat earther. And that all of the trolls then start hounding this other person as well. I've had people have to shut threads down on Twitter because of the ridiculous shit that comes with me saying, commenting something. Nice. Well done. So the Flat Earth Society, for me, has multiple different ways of acting. The people that take the memberships, thank you very much for joining and your contribution. The trolls that do that, they're the ones that are, I don't know, is it hate watching? I don't know what to call it. I know they've been with us for quite a while. They say that they're keeping an eye on us, studying us, but I don't know what for. It's like studying logic. It must hurt yourself. Has anybody got anything else that they would like to go over? You don't want to hear me ranting anymore, do you? No. So coming soon, there will be a big change, and we will be going to talk to people about actual proofs. What we're doing is we're going to be doing a massive series on what people consider as a proof within reality. And we're going to be going and doing a tour for the realizing Euclid tests. We're going to challenge people to come up with their own realizing Euclid tests to see whether this is a test. Real tests, real logic performed in reality. I'm going to give it as a gift to people, I think. Because there's when you talk to people, they don't actually know how much they know. The act of knowing has been taken away from us. So people know a lot more than they actually know and they're aware of. There's a few different thoughts that we know. And I think giving people an understanding of logic, something that they can grasp hold of in reality, is going to be something that's going to be well needed in these times to come. Because if you don't have a grasp on reality and what you actually do know, and what you can actually know, then with none of that, you're going to be at the mercy of fantasy and fantasists.
That's why I stick to Aristotle's definition of truth. Mm-hmm. You have to always compare what you think with outside reality, outside of your imagination. Because otherwise, how can you prove to yourself that you are right or you know something if you cannot compare your thinking with reality?
Yeah,
you
I think
you can only just think that you have truth, but you cannot prove it even to yourself without comparing to reality. And these people, like bowlers and imaginometers, they just don't want to check their imaginometry with reality. And they claim that they have truth. No, they don't.
I think the relativity thing, I think that's where the Einstein trick came in. Because, like you say, it has to be relative to something in reality, because reality is the truth. And if
Yes.
if you can't relate it to that, right? If you can't make something relative to something that you know to be true, and that has to be within reality, then you can't relate it to anything, and you cannot derive a truth from it.
Yes, but the problem is for globers, and not only globers, but let's say globers, that this reality is only one. So the truth, when you compare your thinking to reality, this truth is objective. It's not subjective. That you cannot say that this truth is only mine. This is objective truth. So, and they don't like it because it means that the truth is only one for everyone. You cannot have contradictory truth. This is my truth. Your truth is different, but still it is truth. No, because one of them has to be, at least one of them has to be not truth if they are contradictory. Because you can compare our thinking to reality and you can check.
It can be confirmed by others,
yes,
by multiple, like the scientific method, right? So this is where I don't really like the idea of science today to be changed from logic, right? And from Aristotle, because like you just said, the truth is there and it can be compared with reality. And if that's the way it's always been, then that's the science of today, or it should be. The actual science.
And it was for thousands of years. So nobody even bothered with fantasy. So it was always there, this science, normal science, checking with reality, comparing with reality. Every scientist would do that in the past. But now we have just storytellers about this strange realities, this new cosmology, etc. This is just, for me, this is just fairy tale. But people think now, in this century, that this is science. But back in the day, like 100 years ago, nobody would say that this is science. For example, people like this, he was Alan Clark, who wrote something in science fiction, or Jules Verne, many authors. They were writing science fiction, and all knew that this, what they are writing, it is science fiction. But now, when some professor is talking the same thing, now this is science. How it come to reality that we have professors who are telling the same things which these previous authors of science fictions wrote, and then it was science fiction, and now, surprisingly, it is science.
Yeah, I read a book, The Science of Star Trek, when I was younger. And I always thought that's crazy. You know,
for you and me, yes. But for a new generation, why not?
Yeah, the big lie. Right? May be hard for certain people to take at the beginning, but as the generations roll on, it gets easier and easier. It's all been wrote about, all of this stuff. And how many people now are there that are saying, that's ridiculous? There's got to be loads. But like you say, there is only one reality. So if that's the reality that you're given as a child paracosm that's been built up, then escaping it is near impossible. Why would you want to? You're still living in the same reality. It's just certain people seem to have given up logic and reasoning. Very easily as well. Far too easily, I think. There was a time, well, there still is a time for me, where somebody showing me a contradiction actually makes me think about it. Even when it's a contradiction that, you know, I don't already hold. If somebody shows me that contradiction, then it's worth thinking about.
Yes. It always was to find an error in logical process. It is very learning. So, but now many people say, "Don't worry, be happy."
Yeah.
They say that just don't bother with that. You can live with that. Cognitive dissonance is not so bad.
Well,
just forget it.
Yeah,
just forget it.
We've got treatments for cognitive dissonance. Rather than deal with the actual issue, they'd rather try and smooth over the cognitive dissonance nowadays, which that's ridiculous to me. Just compartmentalize things and put them in different places. You can hold the contradiction, but as long as you keep these two things far enough apart in your mind, then you'll be all right. Don't worry about it. To me, that's dangerous. Allowing one contradiction in causes many others. It explodes the logical system. You do that to your mind, you're done. Or maybe that's what you want. Rather hand over to the shadow giants.
Yes, now we have in the world a whole army of psychologists who will consolate you. Don't worry. This cognitive dissonance. We have painkillers for cognitive dissonance or contradiction.
Yeah.
Don't worry. We will help you.
Just watch this series on TV. You'll be fine. You'll have forgotten about it by the time you're finished. You'll have trained your mind to completely forget about it. Yeah. Well, I see, like, Thomas V. Thomas says that's what modern scientists do. Compartmentalize. Well, I don't know. If you're giving them a title there, which I don't think you should. There are scientists, people that are gaining knowledge about certain things. You can't put all of them in the same basket, because then that's how you create division. Especially like the people that we talk to in this arena, they give scientists a bad name. They give surveyors a bad name. They give everyone a bad name, because the people we're dealing with are the sophists. They're literally the people that don't actually do anything. They just, I don't know.
And by the way, there are real scientists.
Yeah.
People who invented many things in electricity, in engineering, cars, light bulbs, and many things we can use today. So they are real scientists, but now we are calling scientists people who didn't invent anything, like Einstein. Oh, he was great scientist. What did he invent? He didn't even invent this his MC squared or whatever.
Doesn't
this,
even make
force
any
space
sense.
time.
That.
Yeah,
bullshit.
it was not him. So he stole from someone else. But in practical science, he didn't invent anything. Like most of these scientists in astrophysics and etc. What did they invent? Nothing.
He invented something in your mind.
Yes, in mind, yes. How to defy logic using logic.
Yeah, V. Thomas says we're not talking about the scientist inventors.
No. So what? Okay, what is a modern scientist?
Storyteller, for me, storyteller, or fairy tales storyteller.
Okay. But like everybody has a different opinion on what. So I don't understand modern scientist as opposed to
scientists.
Olden day scientists?
Yes, just scientists. They were
Okay.
called scientists.
So it's not a different thing then. It is the same thing.
Should be, but modern means that they are different because they are modern. But in which way? You will never know that from the modern scientists. What is the difference between him as modern scientist and old scientist? Because it would be a shame for him to say that he is just telling stories, and his predecessor was inventing things, real thinker, and now he's, instead of thinker, he is storyteller. Like this Lewis or this Narnia author or whatever. Just storyteller. This is scientist. This Brian Cox.
Yeah. Well, could we say the theoretical scientists? I mean, they're definitely different than the scientists that are actually manipulating things, right?
Yes,
that's the difference, isn't it?
Yes, but we have that kind. So geometer, mathematician. Yes, but astrophysic or astrophysician or theoretical physicist. What's that?
Exactly. That there is no tangible thing, is there? There's no that involved within astro. It's looking at lights in the sky. Or theoretical, it's just sort of not having anything tangible there to deal with. I think that's the way I look at it anyway. That's what separates the modern science for me. You've got to be careful in this realm that we're talking about as well. It's specifically the people that are obsessed with the fucking globe. Now, not all science has got shit to do with the globe. Only the ones that we end up talking to and the people like that. The rest of science, like the science of glass manufacturing to make it more thermal conductive and all of that sort of shit, right? They're not bothered about it, and they're not talking about that sort of stuff, are they? We're not talking about that right now. We're talking about, don't know, know what sort of science that there is. I don't think of that other stuff as science. I don't. So I can't say that scientists and science and that is like that, because I don't consider it as a science. It's just people fantasizing about shit.
Yes, storyteller. Yes, but still, if we have theoretical science, it should employ logic, because at least scientists, even modern scientists, should admit that his tool for science should be logic. And now we can hear only stories about stars, about forces in nature, in electricity, in biology, just stories. Where is logic there? I cannot see any logic there in these stories.
Well, they've done computer science as well, haven't they? But they literally fucked up logic and made fuzzy logic. They gave that to computers and then called that computer science.
No. They are making models in computer, like computer games. So if it is science, okay, I would say that you have to have some science to produce engine for graphic engine for game and game itself. Okay, but I was not thinking about that science of game producing games or models. But if now producing graphical models, for example, for molecular something in physics, then I am off. I don't buy it. It's not enough for me that someone can make a CGI picture in computer and having some math behind that, and he's happy that because he produced something in science. For me, he just produced some computer product, CGI. And it has nothing to do for me with science.
Yeah, me too. Like social science. What's that?
Sociology.
Yeah.
Yes, so this is new. This was generally this school of social. This is social psychology. So it is generally invented in Germany before Second War. So this is new left, new this in Frankfurt school.
Statistics and consensus. Who goes with what? For the greater good. All of that, it's just depicted by media. It's a way to... It's a way to get people to think, I think. It's a way to manipulate people. That social science is... That...
Yeah, of course. And it passed the exam very well, many times in history. So it's working. This manipulation is working.
Yeah, that's why we're here. People trying to put... is it stigmata on people? Labeling people, that's what it is. Social science is the social science of labeling people and putting them in groups.
I think stigmata is the holes in the hand.
I know, yeah. It's giving people an outward sign, isn't it, of something. Yeah, so what is science? Who knows? It's changed. The definitions have changed. It could be anything, really. Doesn't take much nowadays to be a science. But, again, doesn't take much for people to say that you deny it.
Yes, in fact, you deny, but what you are denying, in fact.
Yeah, it's turned into a not thing, right? It's a not that, isn't it? It's a...
Yes, because, for example, if science now, like astrophysics, is just a story, so you are, if you are denying this story, now people will say that you are denying science, but in fact you are just denying story. But because you are already labeled as science denier, so it would mean that you are science denier.
Aren't you meant to be questioning science, though, right? There are scientists that obviously, because it's like an argument, isn't it? Creating your science is like creating an argument to find a proof. So people can discuss the argument, which would be questioning the science.
It should be, but if this science is so hermetic and without, it is not based on proofs, different and very difficult language. So you just, in fact, when some scientist is telling his story, you really don't know what he is talking about. Maybe even he doesn't know what he's talking about. So what question would you ask him to know anything? He would answer you with the same pseudo scientific gibberish. And if you would ask another question, he would answer you with another scientific gibberish. So, and for example, if you ask another question related to another science, he would send you to another science. Okay, go to biologist. He will tell you this topic. And the biologist would say that no, I go to chemist. He will explain you better, and you will make circles between these pseudo scientists, between physician, between chemist, physicist, and so on. You will be making circles like an office.
Like Socrates, right?
What do you mean?
You're just going around asking questions and then nobody can answer the questions.
Yes, they will
they
send
all
you
get
to
upset about you asking questions that they can't answer.
Yeah, they will not answer, but if they would be polite, they will say, "Oh, go to that scientist. He will answer. Maybe he will answer your question."
You're forgetting the obvious one of the that you don't understand. Like you're not a scientist, so you can't understand it, right? That's an easy get out.
Yes, of course. But if scientists would like to talk to you, so he has many ways out from trouble questions, and that's the method. And this person who is really wants to get these answers, he will make circles between scientists. Oh, That's the.
They're just people, though, aren't they?
Yeah,
You know, like it
yes, they
doesn't.
are.
They're just normal people. So to give them this elevated position, I think is wrong. I think anybody that wants to gain knowledge is being a scientist, right? But that scientist is what they're trying to defend. You're only trying to gain knowledge yourself about something, and the very fact of you asking the question to gain the knowledge is what gets you to be called a science denier or not understanding. It's a very strange world that we live in. I mean, I don't know where kids are going to be growing up being taught to not ask questions, because you can never rely on the answer. Sometimes the answers get you even more confused than you were at the beginning.
Yes, but logic helps. So now I can say that I can ask wiser questions than back in the day was when I was young and naive. So I couldn't even ask proper questions.
Yeah.
Now I can, but this is troublesome for some people.
But there's nobody to ask the questions to. That's the problem. There's enough people that are wanting to answer the questions, but they're not the scientists that you want to be talking to. They're literally fantasists that are role-playing.
I think so, and that's why their science, let's say, pseudoscience or whatever, is based on memorizing some stories. And if you ask them for logic in that science, they are in trouble, because there is no logical link in their pseudoscience. So they cannot respond to you. For example, if you would ask why this happens, they will not tell you because they don't know.
They wouldn't even know why they're doing it in the first place.
Oh.
We have a Wally.
Do we?
What?
We have a Wally, and it's it's so funny. I want to answer it.
Mm-hmm.
It depends what part of the question, but one, you would probably use your eyes to look at it, or maybe some binoculars, and for the rocket to go through the sky. I'm not entirely sure what propulsion system it uses, but there you go.
I think rocket fuel.
I just answered, Wally.
Yeah, I don't even know why you're asking the question, Wally.
But that specific question, as he's written it there, I have just answered adequately.
So he's asking about some rocket going over horizon.
No, it reaching the horizon.
So like merging with horizon at distance.
I said binoculars. Is that not adequate? You must be deaf as well.
He can see that. Look how far away he can see. 588 kilometers. I mean, that's got to be a world record, has it? Is it? Or is that just for mountains? Is it not a...
Okay, I can give some credit because if it is a rocket, so it has this shiny engine, this combustion is shining, so maybe it could be visible, let's say, because this is source of light. So like fire, maybe it would be visible. I am not sure, but still.
Wally asks because the rocket was 23 kilometers below horizon for 94 seconds.
No way. Did it teleport after 94 seconds from 23 kilometers below?
I don't know. It's all very confusing, Wally.
All sounds very fantastical.
Where is Wally? He answered himself because he says that below horizon. It means that he assumes answer already. So why he is asking question when he knows that it is below horizon? I would say it is not. But if he knows that it is below, so why he's asking question?
Because he wants us to go and watch his video. Nobody's watching Wally's videos. And he's trying to drum up some business.
Doesn't he have loads of fans out there? Why does he need us to watch it?
I don't know. He might have put a tracking tag on it. For everybody that clicks and watches his video, he might be able to gain some money from you or something. He might be after your personal details. I don't know. Don't know how Wally and what Wally does with his videos, but I do know that I think Wally's a mental case, and the last thing I want to do is watch his videos. I think he's mad. As evidenced by him keep coming into the chat.
He's making absolutely no sense whatsoever.
He never has done.
It's barely above the horizon and then below horizon, as in Earth curvatures.
Yeah, Wally's the guy that I think he's been talking to Fuck It Word as well on Twitter. He's given them his stolen concept and nobody else can notice it. Nobody knows what Wally's stolen concept is.
There you go, Wally. You don't need us to watch it. You've got plenty of views. Congratulations.
There you go. I bet you got loads of thumbs up, and I bet they're all using it, right? Everybody else has obviously heard of the rocket, Wally's rocket. Is that what it's called, Wally? I think it's the video that he did when he took our thumbnail. Blatantly.
So Blue has a rod and Wally has a rocket.
Yeah, well, it's not an ad hom for me to say I think you're mentally unstable. It's not an ad hom. We had the call to help you to move you from the Discord, Wally.
Exactly. We had to.
Yeah, it seems like he's becoming a little bit obsessed again, and I'm waiting at the moment, Wally, for that message to come again to say, please help Wally. He's making the globe look bad, which you are, Wally. You are making it look fucking ridiculous.
Bev, do you have I'm not. Wally's going to call it Bev's Rocket Paradise, but Paradox. But I think it might actually be Wally's Rocket Paradise.
I've never even looked at it, Wally. So Come on in and come and explain it and see how I relate to thing other than you just blatantly ripping off the Model Affliction Monday thumbnail, trying to get some extra viewers on the Model Affliction Monday shit, trying to reclaim it perhaps. Well, it's ours. Model Affliction Monday is all from the On the Level. Probably that might be one of the ones that we keep, actually. We might have to keep hold of Model Affliction Monday to show how people can be swayed by a model. Once you accept the model as a monad, i.e. a religious entity, that it then starts dictating all of your stuff for you.
Ooh, who's impersonating? Is someone impersonating Kenny?
Kenny?
Hang on, is anyone here not?
What?
I'm not sure.
What's Kenny talking about?
You okay, Kenny?
Oh, snipping tool's not responding. Wally's admitting that he stole a Model Affliction Monday thing.
Ask J-Ro.
What?
J-Ro, are you impersonating yourself?
No, I'm not. I think the status hasn't updated yet. You look at my last post in the live chat, it should be.
I don't know what you're talking about, Kenny. I like this one here, Wally's. Wally's admitting stealing the toothpick tangents. Yeah, this one, Wally, I'll get it. This is the thing that Wally. He'll have just took his. Definitely, you won't have took the Model Affliction Monday or anything, will you, Wally?
Blue Marvel Science. Okay, who's that supposed to be? Blue Marble. Okay, you spelled science. That's not Blue Marble Science. He spells his name differently.
Yeah. Blue Marble.
Did you not know that?
Blue Marble. Blue Marble Science. Blue Marble Science. Who's that? Marble.
Not science.
Not
science.
Doesn't say science. That it says Blue Marble Science.
We know who Blue is. We know who Blue Marble Science is. Yes.
Like this level in quotation or horizontal. Not that.
You caught his misspelling. Who's misspelling? Blue Marble Science. Has he been misspelling his name, or was it literally not Blue Marble? It was Blue Marble Science.
Yeah.
Yeah. Has he copyrighted that as well?
I mean, we knew that, didn't you guys?
Yeah.
Know that? Could you not work that out?
I screenshot J-Ro's impersonation attempt. Whoa.
Blue must be fuming.
Scroll back up for what? I did scroll up when I was doing it. Kenny, I'm not at the beck and call for snowflake chat skanks. I think Kenny's the one that said he wanted to debate, but he's been running away. At least if it is that Kenny, it could be another one. It could be somebody impersonating Kenny. Just putting the kettle on. Should Kenny be over here? Has he been allowed? Has he been given a day pat out from Blue? Or did he have to hand his account over to somebody else? He can't even decide what he wants to debate, you know, Kenny.
Maybe he's just trying to make his name here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Kenny coming up against the on the level team.
Making the bones, making their bones.
Doesn't realise what he's up against. While everybody else has been talking about Coriolis and lights in the sky and navigation and all of that, we've just been focused on one thing: logic, understanding, geometry, and level. Just so happens that horizontal and vertical being perpendicular is sort of the meaning of life. It's so fundamental in a human understanding that you can't get around it. So I think you've got a few years' work ahead of you yet, Kenny, before you can come and match us. But let us know what you want to debate. Specifically, let us know the topic. And I'll match you with an argument. Definitely, I'll put a couple of arguments together. Hope you do better than Chaiki and Blue Marble Science and Fight the Flat Earth. Because it's been absolutely embarrassing for you. But, I mean, it's not about Kenny, is it? Kenny's a nobody. I don't even know. Did anybody know who Kenny was up until a few days ago?
Nope.
No, never even heard of him. So, I hope you've been allowed to come over here, Kenny. I hope you surpassed us on what, Kenny? You don't even know what your argument is. There's loads of food there.
They're all a legend in their own minds, aren't they? Legends in their own minds.
I think what they've done is they've built a massive boogeyman over there. And they've turned me into something That I'm literally not. I never have been. And they think what they have to be able to do is come and defeat me. But with what? They don't even know what I'm doing here. Kenny's got what? Kenny's got screenshots, everyone. So, if Kenny's got screenshots, then, well, I don't know what that means. It means nothing, Kenny. It's like you're new to this. You're far too new to this if you're still making screenshots and think screenshots do fuck all. No doubt we've all got thousands and thousands. In fact, I'll tell you what we'll do. This is something that I did when I first got the website up. Let me just find it. This is for you, Kenny. Just to show you how far behind you are. Right, so this is the website. This is the more part. We'll go to the evidence room. Is it evidence room? No, illogical arguments. That's what I called it. Now, these are all screenshots from Twitter from way back. Let's go over a few of these, should we? Okay, let's go back. Oh, this one here. This is number 1 of 19. Professor Phil. He's not a real professor. Don't worry about that, though. Everybody knows who Professor Phil is. He's at best a high school teacher in America somewhere. But he calls himself Professor Phil because it obviously elevates him into professorhood, but he's not a professor. It says, yes, actually, I agree. Level is a straight line on a horizontal. I don't know whether you'd still get away with that nowadays. But yeah, that's what Professor Phil said back in the old days. This one's from a guy called Brad the Science Guy. Calls himself Brad Wagner now and does loads of weird drawings. Yes, level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. So Brad agrees with us. I mean, I don't know whether they're allowed to nowadays. This one's a well-known troll from Twitter. It's called Whoops, It's Flat. Please gather your baller friends. I would like to know it's A, B, or C. 3 different curved levels. Oh. Brad Wagner again. So can I. A is a straight line to B is a horizontal plane on top of a ball. And I say that's a fine example of the definition 35 and the 12th axiom. You know the circle is completely irrelevant, don't you? And Brad Wagner, Brad the Science Guy, says, I don't even know what a 12th axiom is. This is way back in the day, this. Obviously, they've brushed up on their stuff now. Oh, Cosmic Surfer. Who said level is flat? Don't project, please. Matt Jones. The claim is level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. It is not. Level is a constant elevation, he says. Cosmic Surfer says level is not a constant elevation. You seem somewhat lost in in translation. You may try again. And then somebody says Euclid or Euler says that's exactly what it is. Points that are level with each other are the same elevation. Oh, this is AB Science. This is another one of the YouTubers. I say, in the context of using a level to measure a change in the vertical, the level supplied by the equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. That level, the physical level that's used by the surveying method. And AB Science says, in that context, level is taken as following an equipotential surface. I said, yeah, the equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. That's fluid dynamics, right? Kenny?
And expressed by horizon. And horizon is a line, not curve.
Geist View, who's obviously one of the trolls who probably like to have a shout out. I've put that in. Thank you. He says, you didn't. You said a synonym. Level is horizontal. Calls it a synonym. That's good, isn't it? Right. He said, nicely done. I knew you'd come round for finally seeing sense. Geist View isn't one of the smartest globers, right? There's a few different blue marble scientists out there. There's the ones that know the argument, and then there's the ones that just assume they have an argument without actually using the reasoning process. This is one of them. If level is horizontal is a synonym, then level is horizontal. They're the same thing. They're synonyms. And here's Brad the science guy with the picture. And oh look, here this guy here is a YouTuber that likes to pretend he's from Maine. That universal downward direction that flatties keep pushing is very strange. Very, very strange. A universal downward direction. Universal. Imagine a guy that's pretending to be from Maine talking about a universal downward direction. Guy that purports to be from Maine. Rogue Reflector. I don't even know who this guy is. I think this one was over at Fight the Flat Earth. He says, my theodolite is amazing. 0.1 arc second resolution. I say, does it find a straight level? He says, yes. I say, that's because level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, isn't it? He says, yes. And this is levels at streamflow gauging stations. US Geological Survey open file report. You guys can get this one fixed, right? Get on it. It says level, a line or surface whose segments are all horizontal. Also an engineer's level. Me when I was called horizontal level literalist for a bit. I post the old school etymology of level. Somebody says, you are using past definitions, question mark. Did your brain fart and forget that language changes? Where the scientists of the time, if you could call them that, using the term to describe oceans? And I say, it's not changed. And I give them a new definition. I say, what's the new definition? Wait, like, where is the change? Because you've used old definitions. I mean, it's terrible. These guys, I mean, they've not got any better, have they?
What is even the argument that something is old? So what? And how concepts can be old? So this is not physical thing. So it cannot be old or new.
We had somebody say that Euclidean geometry was just antiquated.
Yeah.
It's like, it's like, yeah, but they still teach it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's moved on since then.
Yeah.
This one's a negator XX. It might still be around. I think this is the guy that everybody claimed to be one of the genie ones. He says, I've measured the curvature of the Earth. Just as a bold statement like that. And he's Cosmonaut. I don't know where Cosmonaut's gone. I think he left. He left about the same time as the main surveyor. About when Doofus came round.
Cosmonaut goes by another name now.
Mm-hmm.
I know that name the first, this Negatorx from 2016.
Yes.
So he was in these debates, let's say.
Now he's one of the ones that's measured the curvature of the Earth. Don't think he's around anymore to show anybody how he did it. I post some basics of the postulates of Euclid in this, and this is Nick, the one that sounded like Rumpus's younger brother. Remember him? He's got a bikini and a penguin on his thing, and he goes by Beelzebub. I think he's he quite likes Pokemon. This guy. It says also no capitals. You might be able to recognize it. They are basic to read, the fundamental basics of axioms of geometry. They're basic to read, but do you actually get what they are saying? If they are basic, as you claim, as the foundations for most geometry, why aren't they taught at GCSE? Why do they wait till degree level? So this is Nicholas, who's saying that the axioms and the postulates of Euclidean geometry only get taught at degree level. It goes to what Spot On was saying. The basicness of this sort of stuff and giving people the understanding of the advanced simplicity is a well-needed thing, I think. Might help people do a bit of going in and looking into the logic. Listening to people, joining in on the conversations. You've got to get your brain active for you to reacquire this logical thought. It needs honing, it needs tuning. And you can't do that while people are talking shit to you.
By the way, before going into geometry, it is strongly advised to learn some trivium before.
Mm-hmm.
So this is no surprise that they are teaching Euclid on a higher level, because nobody has taught trivium before. So you need to be older than back in the days where you were taught trivium first. So at the age like 12 or 15, you could start, of course, whole geometry without a problem. or even maybe even earlier.
Yeah, you'd have the understanding of the basics, which is what we talk about.
Because
from well, I mean, they're foundational, aren't they? You already know them, really. You shouldn't have to wait to degree level sort of stuff to understand the basics like this.
Yes, but if people are not taught logic before, so what's the point of learning geometry when people cannot understand what it is said, what an axiom is, what does it mean? So what's the point of learning that?
Here's one. This is a good one. I'm guessing somebody was called Logic Lessons for Free. Might have been me again. And I say, this is provable, right? And it says, if you look at this definition, the way the wording's done, I really like the way the wording's done. It says, on a spherical planet, horizontal planes intersect. In the example shown, the blue line represents the tangent plane in the North Pole and the red line in the plane at the equatorial points. The 2 points intersect at a right angle. What you have to remember here is on a spherical planet at the beginning.
You can throw it out. The rest is true, but without this ball or whatever, it will hold anyway. So you just need straight lines. This ball is redundant
Horizontal
here.
planes intersect. They could be lines on a horizontal plane, but they couldn't both be horizontal planes. That's why I said, this is provable, right? You can't have a vertical horizontal plane.
Of course. That's why they draw this ball. Without ball, it doesn't make any sense. With ball, it doesn't make any sense still, but ball makes them more happy. I think this is just painkiller.
This is why we call this the horizontal paradox. Blue marble induced horizontal paradox. Because of things like this. Roger MC says, yeah, level on the pole is perpendicular to level on the equator. But it does say here, horizontal planes intersect. So is Roger MC saying that level is equal to horizontal? He must be doing it. It seems like Roger MC is the one that's equivocating level and a horizontal plane. It's on the website. You can go and have a look at it. There's loads of this sort of stuff. Hansels. He was talking to Paige. He says, I'm 100% sure all globers agree with you when you say water is level and level is horizontal. However, those two terms aren't descriptive enough to describe the shape of the Earth. It's a sphere. But you have to remember that this is early on. This is before Kenny came round. I mean, it's maybe 2, 3, 4 years ago, this sort of stuff. Well, I don't know. That one's November 22. Oh, 2020. So, yeah. I guess Kenny, and I guess the times have changed, right? There's nobody would say any of this sort of stuff nowadays. It'd be blasphemous. I mean, these people that typed this back then will now have to be paying their dues to Blue Marble Science. Like, they made a mistake back then. This is Mole Man. Where's he gone? He's been around for a bit. Stepped out for a bit. He says, how do you know horizon is a straight line? You get horizontal from horizon. Horizontal is geometry. Horizon isn't. I don't know what that means. I think there's a language barrier there. You get horizontal from horizon. You do. Yes, you do. Bev, Socratic geometer. That was a bit ago. When they say that level establishes a horizontal plane of reference, what is it that you think the professionals that use a level daily mean by that? What's a pseudoscientist ignorant position on this, Phil? What is it you imagine they mean? This is me talking to the not Professor Phil. Professor Phil is just a role-playing character that he plays on the internet. And he says, of course you can use a leveling system using water over relatively short distances. Definitely not over long distances. Here is an experiment you can do. This is an experiment from Professor Phil, early days. But this is what he thinks an experiment is. Take 2 plumb bobs and go to the top of a very tall building. Hang them over the edge until they just touch the ground. Measure the distance between the string right at the top and right at the bottom. If the distance is not identical, then Earth is not flat. Measure the strings.
Yes, strings
Measure.
hanging in the air.
Yeah.
Depict shape of the Earth. This is great. Great argument.
Well, I guess Blue Marble, the Blue Marble scientists, they're just waiting to get the funding for Professor Phil to perform his plumb bob experiment. At least he's actually using plumb bobs, right? I don't think he's actually done that yet. But I hope they eventually do. And it's again, there was a lot of Professor Phil. He's not around very much anymore. In fact, Professor Phil did actually talk to us a couple of times. He said, get your hands off your cocks. And other sort of comments like that. He says, so unsurprisingly.
Scientific comments.
Yes. Oh, yes. Blue Marble Science. Professor Worthy. So unsurprisingly, you completely missed the point that the horizon must be straight and horizontal in a circle all around you. The horizon must be straight and horizontal. Straight from the words of Professor Phil. I mean, he's not a real professor, but I mean, he is one of the top guys on the Blue Marble Science team. He's got professor in his role-playing character's name. And Professor Phil, I put a comment in, right? This is what I screenshot of him. It says, yes, by Jove, you got it, all shouty caps. A genius chimpanzee yesterday. The water at the horizon is horizontal. That's what I put yesterday. And then another one. A genius champion. The water is at the horizon. The water is a horizontal, so horizontal is parallel to the horizon. That's me. And he says, yes, horizontal straight lines are parallel. Lines don't need to be straight to be parallel. I put, there's only straight horizontal lines, Phil. We're in agreement that all horizontals are parallel then. So that's one. I think I've got some more as well. Yeah, lost in the model delusions. There's another load of tweets. We've got more of them as well. Have a look at some of these. 52. I've been putting loads of these in here. So, Kenny, if you want to, I've got some screenshots, comments. Is this all right? All of these people saying that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane and horizontals are parallel. I mean, it was a fair bit ago. You know, they didn't. They're not where we are now.
Maybe they would retract now, but who knows?
Well, they can come round and tell us if they want us to remove these from the website. If they feel embarrassed about actually saying this stuff back then, because they didn't know better, right? They weren't aware of the globe rhetoric. The globe dictates.
The dogma. Yeah, the monad dogma.
That's it. Sorry, the dogma, yes.
Yeah.
The monadical dogma. I say, do you consider me being able to prove level being horizontal as flat Earth? Is that what you call child abuse? And AT2 Productions, Warrior Angel.
You're around 15.
Hot mic.
You had enough snack? Are you good?
Hot mic.
Sure.
Kev, somebody get that for us. Or should I go?
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Oh, you got it.
Discussing dinner plans.
AT2 Productions says, you claim no curvature, ergo not a globe, nor an inversion of the LSC kind. I don't even know what that means. Anybody put us in on that? So yes, you are lumped in with those sharing your delusions and rhetoric. People you often hang out with as well. Flat Earth proponents. Go ahead, try and deny it again. All because I said that I can prove that level is horizontal. This Cold Dim Sum says, as per usual, you don't understand anything. And then he does spherical geometry. Any 2 points can be joined by a straight line. Supposedly. Have you ever heard that paper? One of the rules. Yeah, any 2 points can be joined by a straight line is one of the things in spherical geometry. The postulates.
This is a contradiction.
Yeah. Any straight line segment can be extended indefinitely in a straight line. That doesn't sound like spherical to me, that, does it?
No,
I mean, what's going on with that?
No. It has to be corrected right now.
Yeah, the only one that they ever put in there is, well, I don't know how it is nowadays. I don't know whether, like, with all of these arguments, when I first came here, they used to use this one a lot about spherical geometry, but I've never really heard anybody come up with this yet. They're basically the 5 when they made Euclidean down to 5 postulates. And the only one that they actually changed is that there are no parallel lines. You're not allowed to have any parallel lines. And as you know, once parallel lines go, you lose perpendicularity and you lose straight lines. Because you can't have a straight line and not have parallel lines. It's impossible. The only way you can have no parallel lines is to have no straight lines. Yes, that's right. All parallel lines are straight. There's no such thing as a curved parallel line. They don't exist. So that's spherical geometry. Yeah, look at this. This is El Zorro. This is the sort of stuff that brought me in, and I'm no doubt it's going to be coming back again. This is El Zorro. He's one of like the Flat Earth's minions, Super Troll Squad. You've probably met most of them out there, but this was way back when this sort of thing was okay. He says, I see nothing wrong with that statement. You see, this you have to remember. This is a few years ago, so the arguments changed, but he says, I see nothing wrong with that statement. I'll say more. I agree wholeheartedly. I know you have a son, and you teach him the earth is not a globe. I've never taught my son that. He says, you're a CA, end of. I don't know what he thinks I teach my son, but they just jump on that. Tis globe. I mean, my son knows tis globe. I invented imaginometry, axiom 1, tis globe. My son knows tis globe. And then I say, do you consider me being able to prove level is being horizontal as flat earth? Is that what you call CA? And he says, you never proved level is not horizontal. If you did, you ought to get that shit published. You'd make a fortune. A water level proves level is level. Go figure. So this guy thinks that if I can prove level is horizontal, I'll make a fortune. I'm lacking a bit of money at the minute. So we will be going over the realizing Euclid test in order for me to make a fortune. Because El Zorro says, because he says I'm a CA. And this is John Rawlinson. This is the guy that phoned the auto level place up, sent them emails when they found out that I bought an auto level from a shop. Slice bar canes, mate. He says, nope, no confusion from me. I've used one of those tools to observe that level is definitely not horizontal. These are the guys that pushed the paralogism a few years ago, Kenny. This is the guy that you're doing. Have you ever met John? John's got an auto level as well. He took it up a mountain. Or a little hill. He says, note that you have never offered a credible refutation to these observations, but please try. He's got an auto level, and then he puts a camera on his auto level, and he wants me to say something about his pictures. And what you should say, if anybody does that to you, right, what you should say is, it says that that's not a credible surveying thing. So that's what I'd say. Anybody ever shows me a picture that's taken from a camera through an auto level, you'd have to say, that's not a credible surveying operation. It's not a credible procedure. Quite simply. Kenny? Listening up, Kenny? Oh, here's a guy called Slice Barcane. You might not have heard of him. He did a bending water level test that everybody laughs at him for. Ridiculous. He couldn't even put the tubes together without the water leaking. He couldn't get the water to go high enough up the tubes because he didn't understand what elevation is. Bit of a joke. He says, when you claim what a technical specialist says, and when you post a link to them stating their involvement, yep, that's called following up on a citation, right? So what he's talking about here is, when I went to go and get my auto level and got it calibrated, I said to the guy, you're calibrating that level so it produces a horizontal plane, right? And he said, yes. And I told them that. I said, it's been confirmed that the level is calibrated horizontal by the guy that calibrated it. And Slice Barcane phoned the company up to find out why somebody had said that the Earth was flat.
No, this question was not about shape of the Earth.
Yeah, well, I said he really got confused between level being horizontal and flat Earth, though. I don't know. I guess all of those surveying tools have been calibrated to flat Earth. And Dennis then comes in and says, level is horizontal equals flat earther. No more evidence is required. That's why I'm here. Not a flat earther, but these guys have been telling me that when I went to go and get an auto level, and I asked the guy when he was calibrating it, are you calibrating that so it's horizontal? And he said yes. These guys actually phoned the company up and asked the company why were their guys telling people that the Earth was flat. That's how bad it gets for anybody I talk to. Literally went to the place to go and pick up a level to the calibrating place. And these guys phoned up the manufacturers of the tool and spoke to their head office and wanting to know which one of the guys at the shop had been telling people that the Earth was flat, when all he'd said was that the tool was calibrated to be horizontal. The level was calibrated to be horizontal. Slice Barcane and his mate Dennis. They'll be around soon. Be coming back.
Who thinks that's a sign of a sane person for people? Anyone? See how many people. Show of hands.
Slice Barcane's got a very close relationship with Jesse Kozlowski as well, you know. Family. Slice Barcane says, you just contradicted yourself by giving level 2 different meanings. 2 level points. He says, points are 1D. So it would be impossible for level equals horizontal because horizontal is only in 3D.
Point is not 1D.
I know, I say that. Points are 0D, lines are 1D, and planes are 2D. You should know this by now, Sly. But he obviously doesn't. They're all geometrically ignorant. This was back, you know, back when I was on Twitter. Well, this is 2020. I guess this is when I got the website. Because I have had this website for a bit. Who's this? Gary Newport. He says, no, reread postulate 3. Does that produce a horizontal level? If I draw a dot and then place strawberries equidistant around that dot, are they not level with the dot? No. I say no. Level is a straight line, not a circle. You're being led by your model rather than reality. Gary Newport again. Terminology again. A curved line is straight from above, yet curved from the side. Euclid is clarifying that he draws a line that does not deviate. If I drew 2 dots on a sphere and asked you to connect the dots with a line going straight from one to the other, you could. I put the line, that line on a sphere would be curved. If it would be on a curved surface of a sphere, it would be on the curved surface of a sphere.
No, curved line is straight line from above. No. He, of course, means that at some angle, you can see when you draw a line on a ball, it is seemingly straight, but we don't need to see from some angle this line, because we already know that on a sphere you cannot draw a straight line. So showing curved line from a special angle to show that this is straight, this is just very poor trickery for me. But if for someone it is argument, geometrical argument, okay.
It's again, it's one of those optical arguments, isn't it? Looking at something from a, like it's not even a geometrical argument.
Yes, yes, this is optical or perspective. You can say whatever, but yes, you can change a line, straight line, into a dot in perspective if you rotate that. But so what? What can it prove? That straight line is a dot? No, it isn't. Same with this curved line drawn on the surface of the spherical surface. You can turn this surface to that point when this line would appear to be straight line, but it isn't. It cannot be. By the very fact that it is drawn on the sphere. Simple.
Yeah. This epsilon gamma alpha, brilliant, says perpendicular means that 2 lines intersect each other with a right triangle. Their shape doesn't matter. Perpendicular means that 2 lines intersect each other with a right triangle. Their shape doesn't matter. I mean, come on.
This is straight triangle. Maybe he meant right angle, but right triangle.
And their shape doesn't matter. He's just called it a triangle. Isn't a triangle a shape?
Yes, it is.
Why doesn't it matter? How can you literally say it's a right triangle? Their shape doesn't matter. It does matter if in order for you to get a right triangle. Yeah. This is how bad it's been. I mean, 2020. This is Blue Jackson. These are all, this is the sort of stuff that you normally meet on. Well, I don't know. This is old. This is an old argument, obviously. Well, it's not even an argument. Never has been an argument. Water curves along the bend, just like land. Not like land at all. It's gravity that keeps the water where it's at. Again, the curvature begins around the 12-mile mark. Now, what I do believe is there are entrances to the inside of Earth at the North and South Poles. Too much irrefutable evidence.
Irrefutable evidence for these holes.
Entrances to the inside. Yeah.
he had to have some special knowledge about that. So I wouldn't check because I have no access to that kind of knowledge, so cannot disprove him.
It says the funny part is that level is indeed curved. Spirit levels do come in curved varieties for curved shapes. I've never seen one yet. I think that's Jose. But this is the one where I've got PhD Tony in the flat earth geometry. Where I had it, I think it's still my pinned tweet on Twitter. It says, PhD Tony calls me a flat earther and talks about geometry. Learn more about flat earth geometry and how dangerous it is to the globe model at MEUK Discord, right? Nobody's bothered doing that. Isn't that weird? Flat earth PhD Tony said that flat earth geometry, he called Euclidean geometry flat earth geometry. Nobody's bothered coming looking for it. It's my probably my most well-viewed tweet. He says flat earth geometry is much a danger to the globe model as an ant is dangerous to a lion. Flat earth geometry is, I know I lied and faked that other proof, but believe me anyway because I say the earth is flat. No, as described, PhD Tony called Euclidean geometry flat earth geometry. Don't know whether he'd still say that, but I bet there are a lot of people that do say that still. They don't like Euclidean geometry because it's because of the logic. They don't like the logic, really. Misologists.
Yes, Euclidean geometry shows them that their model is inconsistent, illogical, not geometrical at all. So there are too many contradictions and inconsistencies in their model. So they have to get rid of Euclidean geometry because it violates the globe.
Yeah, Skeptic. If you've never seen that one, it was one of my. I had the most fun talking to PhD Tony, and he still has problems when he recalls that day. He said that what he said the geometry I was using was flat Earth geometry, and you're right. Yeah, I was using Euclidean. So PhD Tony thinks it is. Dennis has been a long time troll, like a real long time. He's been making models and all sorts. I said the extension of a radius is not vertical. Please stay in reality. And Dennis has retweeted that and said, what, your reality? Troll. Get back under your bridge. So saying that a radius, the extension of a radius, is not vertical is troll. Utterly ridiculous, but that's where the model takes them. They're so consumed by their model, they assume that a radius relates to their model. I think they're so ignorant of geometry that they think The radius is the Earth. Consumed by this flat Earth society bullshit. The words that just get repeated by people. If you've never heard Skeptic, if you've never heard PhD Tony, PhD Tony, in my opinion, I know it's not funny, but he has some of the most mental breakdowns. Even better than a Brenda. PhD Tony, I had a few on like in one session. Over at Blue Marble Sciences. Oh, I think I've already done that one. He says, this one. Hey, as I mentioned, but I am still right. Perpendicular doesn't need straight lines. It's the angle between two intersecting lines. You should update your definitions. And then I've got definition 10. Book 1, Euclid, the elements. And I say, update this. Definition 10, book 1, Euclid, elements. He says, yes. So he wants to update that. Yes, use tangents instead of straight lines. You can measure, use perpendicular for any two intersecting lines without violating this definition. Also true for number 9.
Tangent is straight line, as I remember.
Yes. Yeah, that's it. Like, this is when I knew back then that these aren't geniuses. We're not dealing with people who've studied any of this stuff. We are literally talking to people who are ignorant of any sort of geometric understanding. And they've kept it that way as well. They can't look at it. I was hoping that some other people might have, you know, decided to come over and go over this basic stuff, but obviously I don't think there's too many people in this arena. I think the Flat Earth Society, like Wally and all of his Wolfpack mates, I think they are they like it. There's loads of Flat Earth Society. Not many people that want to get out of it. This is Nikki Daly. Triglavian princess. Stunning. Level isn't horizontal and level isn't flat. Holy fucking hell. You're a dumbass. Genius argument. I mean, some of these people, I mean, look, he's a princess. Can you prove that, or are you just saying it because your peers say it too? I see you go for the Kozlowski nutsack drop model. I'm proud of you taking a stand. Did you make the meme to describe this yourself? And he says, okay, yes, I made the graphic myself from one of my own photos to demonstrate that the Earth is most definitely curved and not flat. Loads of them. Making memes. So this guy here that made this meme, this is the guy that makes these memes. You've seen them, have you? This one. I say, I see why you've been saying that you think it's common sense that straight lines are curved now. You're a liar. And he says, oh wow, look at that. A curved straight line. Who knew? He's another wolf packer. It's another one. It's another one in the flat earth. Wally knows them all. Wally, that's an oxymoron, right? It makes sense that your mate Wade, Flat Earth Society wolf packer, would come up with an oxymoron like that. A curved straight line, full stop. You can't do any better than that. A curved straight line.
It violates this Rumpus's postulates or axioms or whatever.
Yeah, blue marble it was, wasn't it? A straight line is straight and a curved line is not straight. But a curved straight line is a fucking oxymoron. Thank you very much, Skeptic. Channel support. Curved straight line. And another one from... Look at all of Wally's mates. Getting all of the Flat Earth Society out. And Wade here, this is showing his expertise. He says, I think you might be overestimating our relationship here. Did you not see me say I have basic understanding of surveying? I just take photos, dude. If a straight line is long enough, it's just basic common sense that it could be slightly curved.
Yeah. Longer straight line is curving. Shorter is not curving.
I'll read that again. This is Wally's mate. One of the Flat Earth Society wolf pack. One of the geniuses over there. Who else have we got? We've got the not Professor Phil. And we've got Wade here. And obviously Wally. Delusional. Who else? Ruhif. Definitions are meaningless, Ruhif. Anyone else there, Wally? Yeah, I don't. It doesn't really make it. That makes it, you know, you understand. Oh, sorry, PhD Tony. Crazy mental patient. He says, I just take photos, dude. This is the if a straight line is long enough, it's just basic common sense that it could be slightly curved. If a straight line is long enough, it's just basic common sense that it could be slightly curved.
Could be, not have to be.
Straight.
So
if
some
a straight line defined as straight line, it's just common sense that it could be curved.
Yes, could be. It means that sometimes when you are making longer straight line, it is still straight, but sometimes not. It depends on the day. Maybe
except in Euclidean geometry, you can extend a straight line indefinitely. Apparently, eventually it curves, is what the guy's saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which fucking moron said that?
Wade is one of the Wally's Flat Earth Society buddies.
That's good. That's good.
I say it's not basic common knowledge at all. A straight line is straight without any curvature. Why do you think it's common knowledge? You fucking moron. I mean, they must be joking around with themselves, right? Thinking that's funny to make themselves look absolutely ridiculous. Maybe they're trying to fit in with Wally. Maybe they have to sort of fit in with Wally to make Wally feel like he's normal. But they all seem to be really troubled over there, Wally. I don't know what you're doing with them. Do you have distilled water? Because I'd suggest swapping over to that if you could. Seems like you're maybe a bit high on the fluoride. This is Fuzzy Fred. You see all of these things. I mean, if you're ever out on Twitter, I don't know what it's like anywhere else on any of the other social platforms. I don't bother doing any of those. But if you're ever out on Twitter and you see these things after their name, this bikini is a group of trolls. I don't know what the little egg thing is. I don't know what that's about. The penguin, that's a penguin trolls. T6, that's Troll Team 6, Gem Panda. The old guys from the old times of trolling. And obviously that's a face mask. He says, therefore, level is tangent to a locally horizontal plane. And I thought this was fucking funny because this guy still says this to this day. I've got loads of time. Trying to correct him and get him to understand what the fuck he's saying. This is why I believe these people are geometrically ignorant and they never will look at correcting themselves at all. So level is tangent to a locally horizontal plane.
Tangent is straight line to a curve. So when he's talking about horizontal plane to which level is tangent, it cannot be plane, but he's saying horizontal plane.
Yeah.
So really he doesn't know what he is writing. Completely nonsense.
I keep trying to tell him, but he says, but this is simple fact is beyond the intellectual grasp of poor Bevel the Tangentless. Says some nutter that doesn't even know what a tangent is. Fuzzy Fred. He's got all of these troll things here. So he's a professional troll. But hasn't got any fucking clue about what he's talking about. Yeah, have you never seen that, Skeptic? Troll Team 6. That's what Gem Panda's server was before it was Debate Flat Earth and more. That's where Troll Team 6 started from. Ask him. Slice Arcane. Spirit level, aka box level or carpenter's level, placed on a sphere, would only touch in one spot. It's called a tangent, and it looks like this from that starting point. Since 10,000 miles is greater than the radius of the Earth, no ground would be below it. I don't know what Slice Barcane's talking about there, but he's got pictures of all of my stuff, the water level. He took a water level up a mountain. So Slice Barcane may be the originator of the soon-to-be Kenny and Where's Wally? Establishing horizontal planes at elevation. That's what they're doing. Martin says, unfortunately, you're scaring the flirt with maths again. Winky face. And Fuzzy Fred, Bikini, Penguin, Troll Team 6, says, fun fact, the horizon is a circle, but the image of the horizon on pictures taken by a rectilinear lens, free from distortion, is a hyperbola.
what he is talking about? What rectilinear lens? There is normal lens is spherical. So
there's no such thing as a rectilinear lens, really.
I haven't heard about that. Maybe it is. I haven't heard, but this is not normal, because normal is spherical. Just like perfect sphere, section of perfect sphere, supposedly, because of course there are limitations of material, but they are trying to make it as close to perfect sphere as they can.
We'll get into lensing and all that. And this is another one of the guys. You might have seen this. This has been on the... I think he says horizontal is actually defined as the plane perpendicular to the local plumb, which are very slightly bent on Earth. On spheroidal planets, every one of them is horizontal. Everywhere. All the way round. Horizontal is actually defined as the plane perpendicular to the local plumb, which are very slightly bent. So which ones? The plane perpendicular or plumb? Because you can't have a plane perpendicular to anything that's curved, because then it wouldn't be perpendicular to it and it wouldn't be a plane.
Yes, that's misunderstanding what perpendicular means.
Straight, unless they just... I don't know. I say level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. What do you mean by follow? This is Matt Jones. If we were on a flat horizontal plane, see, that's Nathan Oakley like, isn't it? There's no need for that flat Earth society stuff. If we were on a flat horizontal plane, level would be straight as well. But as evidenced by the shape of the Earth, we are not on a flat horizontal plane, and level follows the curve of the Earth. That's like a massive non sequitur. By negating us being on a flat horizontal plane, he's bent level.
He is just adding this Earth.
Yeah, the existence of a hill means he can allow himself to mentally curve level.
Yes, this is his reasoning, I think. So it doesn't make any sense, but yes, that's their argument would be.
Matt Jones says, nobody is arguing that horizontal isn't level at the tangent. Move on. It's pathetic. Have you ever heard anybody say that level isn't horizontal? I've heard loads of people say that, but Matt says that nobody is arguing that horizontal isn't level at the tangent. Move on. It's pathetic. Brad Wagner says to reply, what do you say about level is straight line on a horizontal plane? And Matt Jones says, I say that level curves because level is a constant elevation. And then Brad Wagner says, but on a horizontal plane, level is a straight line. We don't live on a horizontal plane. Brad Wagner's not the greatest of logicians over there. Slice Barkane again. See, there was a lot of stuff with Slice Barkane. He had a horrible team of trolls around with him. Slice Barkane said, level is a reference. And I put a horizontal reference. And Matt Jones says, yeah, at a tangent point on a sphere. I put tangents aren't all horizontal. And all horizontals aren't tangents. And Matt Jones says, on a sphere, a tangent is always horizontal and level. On a sphere, a tangent is always horizontal and level. So just be aware that if you have a football around you and some sort of a tangent plane, you can make the orientation horizontal. Vertical if you want. It's like a superpower. All you need's a monad. Carry around with you your imaginary monad and you can mentally change orientations. That's the power of this model. Everyone should get a globe if you can do that.
Okay, I have to go to bed. Good night, all. Thank you
very much, Paper. I think we're done with this anyway. Plenty of these sort of stuff. Show more. Now, we're going to keep adding more as well. So if anybody sees any comments, bring them over. We'll get them added in. We're after contradictions, mainly. Global antinomies and illogical arguments. It says, there are consequences of untruths that are sometimes hard to take. Here we'll try and explain the internal inconsistencies and exploded minds of those who can justify or even eliminate a contradiction from the mind. Can't even remember writing that. On the level.live. Plug it in. Realizing Euclid. What time is it? Oh, it's midnight. It's the weekend. So if anybody wants to get involved in all of this stuff, we're going to have it like as a storage bank of all of the contradictions, antinomies, logical inconsistencies of the model afflicted. Anyone got any final words? Let me sort out some Buster. Again. Fool's rebuttal for a while, haven't we? Let me see if it's still working. Okay. Thank you very much. Join us again on Model Affliction Monday. Or we might come back over the weekend. Who knows? Always, as always, pop into the Discord over the weekend. Why not give us a shot? We do gaming. We also watch UFC Saturday night. And basically, it's where we have a bit of fun. We'll let our hair down over the weekend. So come over. See you Monday. Be at peace with your monad, whatever shape it may be. Just remember, 'tis globe.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one, yeah, that will show the proof. Become the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their mind. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.